for war now, standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now, standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now, standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now, standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now, standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle. to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me?
Liebe Soccerfreunde, noch gute 5 Minuten in der zweiten Halbzeit. Kurzer Stimmungscheck, schon Fans aus Griechenland hier im Stadion. Haben wir auch schon Fans aus Italien? Ach, ihr seid für jeden. Sehr gut. Zypern. Und vielleicht noch ein paar Fans aus Deutschland vor Ort. Wunderbar.
Babam burada, ya. Burada baba el sallıyor. Om. Ey. Ya. Allah billah. Nein, Junge, die macht Scheiße. War eine Bauernmannschaft gefühlt. Die macht Scheiße, warte.
Es läuft die letzte Minute. Wir geben den Takt auf und zählen runter. 10, 9, 8. Danke für das schöne Spiel. Die Tribünen geben euch einen unvergesslichen Applaus.
Love is burning his heart from wall to wall. Oh, oh.
we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, 'cause it's Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, 'cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, 'cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle.
Pretty sure I can take it. Pretty sure I'ma make it out alive. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be fine. I don't need no admiration. There is no one to make me doubt this time. Nah, my only foe's in my mind. Crazy, believing things inside of me better be numb, or maybe I'm scared of being what I should have never become. I'm aiming to get you out of my mind, however it's done. I'm breaking away from things that I would have never outrun, 'cause lately I came to think of all I could ever become. If merely I get you out of my mind, however it's done. Try to break your back all you want, but I'ma take this on, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. Try to break your back all you want, or I can face this, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. 3, 4, 5, 6, 70 million thoughts want me to take a hit. 8, 9, and 10, 11 is whenever I'm making sense. Ain't gonna take a sip, and ain't gonna wait and sit. 'Cause today I'm breaking away and I'm making you taste my fist. Just listening to you speak and easily convince me that everything I see is secretly against me. But now it's time for me to seek my freedom and be released of the need to be feeding these enemies. So watch me breaking away from things that I would have never outrun. 'Cause lately I came to think of all I could ever become. If merely I get you out of my mind, however it's done. Try to break your back all you want, but I'ma take this on, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. Try to break your back all you want, or I can face this, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. You've broken me down in so many ways. It's time to erase, 'cause you'll never change. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. Try to break your back all you want, but I'ma take this on, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. Try to break your back all you want, or I can face this, I know. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer. I'm not afraid to be a dreamer.
Essen macht mal Lärm. Ganz großen Applaus für das Künstlerduo Mona und Laura. Präsentiert vom GOP Varieté Essen seit 25 Jahren. Ja, steht es für kulinarische und künstlerischen Genuss. Es werden auch Flyer verteilt für 10 €. Also wer das nicht nutzt, der, ja, weiß ich auch nicht. Welcome to the heart of Essen, the Kennedy Square, where we have the 4th Soccer World Cup. Yeah, you can give a round of applause for that, because 25 trucks with material came here to the center of Essen, and this beautiful stadium we've built with 4,000 square feet and a capacity of 3,000 people. 25 LKW-Ladungen haben das hier auf die Beine gestellt. 3.000 Zuschauer werden hier in den nächsten 10 Tagen Platz finden. 96 Spiele werden es am Ende sein, bis der Weltmeister ermittelt ist. 44 Mannschaften aus 5 Kontinenten werden sich in 11 Gruppen duellieren. 44 teams from 5 continents, 96 games, and next Sunday we will know who is the next world champion from the 4th Soccer World Cup. But before we start, I'd like to welcome Dance Flavor here on stage.
English girl named Fiona, African girl Adiola, body yoddy shaped like cola. Back up, here come closer. Vida loca, high as a cat, never sober. Python, hit him with a cobra. Free up my bro Casanova. Bad man persona, bad man alone can control her. Sorry, your sis got bent over. Pushing my hood to Anaconda.
Have you seen the state of her body? If I beat it, I ain't wearing a Johnny. Adiola wanna roll with a geezer. You see me on the lifestyle, sweetheart. Actually, I don't give a shit. I'm a rapper now, might as well live in it. You smoke up in my hotel bill in it. You can do what you like, darling, all day long, yeah.
Ça tue, ça blesse, ça flingue. Aïe, 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 wow. Gazo, aïe, clic, wow. Ça tue, ça blesse, ça flingue. Aïe, 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 wow. Gazo, aïe. Non, sincèrement.
Einen riesen Applaus für Dance Flavor. Jetzt bitte ich Sie, alle kräftig zu klatschen, denn 44 Kinder werden mit den jeweiligen Flaggen die teilnehmenden Nationen repräsentieren und wir starten direkt. Das erste Land ist Albanien, Albania. Argentina, Argentinien, Belgium, Belgien, der amtierende Weltmeister Brasilien, Brasil, Chile, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, Kroatien, England, France, Georgien, Deutschland, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italien, Elfenbeinküste, Kasachstan, Kuwait, Lettland, Libyen, Litauen, Mauritius, Mexiko, Moldawien, Marokko, der Oman, Peru, Polen, Portugal, Katar, Rumänien, Saudi-Arabien, Schottland, Slowenien, Spanien, Syrien, die Türkei, die Ukraine, Uruguay und die USA. Und jetzt ist es mein ganz besonderes Vergnügen, den Oberbürgermeister der Stadt Essen, Thomas Kufen, und eine absolute Essener Fußballlegende begrüßen zu dürfen, Otto Rehhagel. Herr Kufen, wenn man sich das hier so anguckt, könnte das vielleicht ein Dauerzustand werden auf dem Kennedy-Platz?
Also erstmal sind wir wirklich sehr fußballverrückt, aber das übertrifft genau gemeinsam unsere Erwartungen, die wir hatten. Herzlich willkommen zur Soccer World Cup hier in Essen. Football's coming home to Essen. To our guests from abroad, very warm welcome and please give me applause for fair play, for an exciting match and for good time in Essen.
Herr Rehagel, Sie sind ein Kind dieser Stadt. Haben Sie den Kennedy-Platz schon mal in so einer Fußballarena gesehen oder hätten Sie das sich je vorstellen können?
Hätte ich mir nicht vorstellen können. Ich bin die Helden meiner Jugend waren ja Helmut Rahn und August Gottschalk, als ich junger Mensch war. Da hatte man an solche Dinge noch gar nicht gedacht. Später dann, als, glaube ich, die Brasilianer diese Soccer-Weltmeisterschaft gewonnen haben, da hat man sich dafür interessiert. Und ich bin glücklich, wenn ich hier diese wunderbaren jungen Menschen sehe und hoffe, dass sie einen guten Weg gehen.
So soll das sein. Sie wissen ja, wie es geht, große Turniere zu gewinnen. Haben Sie vielleicht einen kleinen Ratschlag für die 44 Mannschaften, die ab heute Abend antreten, wie man so ein Turnier hier gewinnen kann?
Wie man das gewinnen kann, indem man gut spielt. 1 gegen 1 und eine gute Schusstechnik hat. Wichtig wäre mir natürlich kein Foulspiel. Also das ist ja ein Fußballspiel und kein Foulspiel. Wir haben ja jetzt vor ein paar Tagen so schreckliche Dinge gehört. Also seid fair, Jungs, ne? Auch in der Zukunft.
Alles im Sinne des Fair Plays. Ich denke, dafür kann man auch nochmal applaudieren. Das ist das, was wir uns hier in den nächsten 10 Tagen erhoffen und erwünschen. Abgesehen natürlich von spektakulärem Fußball. Herr Oberbürgermeister, ich übergebe Ihnen nochmal das Mikrofon.
Wir sind wirklich sehr stolz. Eine tolle Leistung vom Soccerverband in Deutschland, von unserer Essen-Marketing-Gesellschaft, dass wir diese wunderbare Kulisse hier heute bieten und 44 Mannschaften aus allen Teilen der Welt zu Gast in Essen zu einer Sportveranstaltung mitten auf dem zentralen Platz, dem Kennedy-Platz, den wir in eine Fußballarena getauft haben. Gestern gab es schon einen wunderbaren Auftakt mit unserem Erstligaverein, der SGS. In Frauenfußball spielen wir ganz oben mit. Das war ein toller Auftakt und jetzt werden die Jungs nachlegen, da bin ich ganz sicher. Ich wünsche allen eine gute Zeit. Ich wünsche Fair Play, ein spannendes Match und eine gute Zeit in Essen. Achten wir einander, achten wir aufeinander, gehen wir respektvoll miteinander und auf dem Platz und an der Seite des Platzes. Herzlichen Dank, herzlich willkommen in Essen.
We are the champions, my friends.
Vielen Dank, Oberbürgermeister und Otto Rehagel. Ja, die Stimmung ist auf jeden Fall großartig hier schon auf den Rängen. Es ist pickepacke voll. Und jetzt bitte ich alle Kids mit den Flaggen aus dem Stadion auszuziehen. Test. Und erneut Applaus für Dance Flavor.
Turn my music high. Turn my music. Turn my music.
Like blah blah blah. Big better hip. Big better hip. Big better hip. Big better hip. My money. My money. My money. My money. Better hip. My money. My money. My money. Money. Better hip. My money. My money. My money. My money. Better hip. My money. Don't act like you forgot. Don't act like you forgot. Don't act like you forgot. Better hip. Brings all the boys to their heart and they're like, better yours, damn right, it's better than that. Don't act like you forgot. I call it shot. Better have my money. Let's get it on. Find me. I don't need to call him. I don't need no phone, yeah. I don't need to fall, yeah. You know me, I'm vibing. You and me's a vibe, yeah. Always catch a vibe, eh. Give me a little fire. Give me a little flame, yeah. Give me a red light and wine. I don't want to contemplate. Give me a little fire. Give me a red light and wine. I want to make you shine. This is how I move. This is how I move.
Pop was here last week. He was talking about Brooklyn and the place Brooklyn was at, how they were really like thriving right now. Or he was, he was trying to pull people up with him. And he wasn't even to where he was about to be. He just was trying to get there. I mean, he was well on his way. It's just tragic. 20 years old, rest in peace, God bless Pop Smoke.
Yeah, I said I feel invisible. It's 100 in the spot. I won't keep going. It's 85 just to walk on. I don't talk to this, cause a lot of these be corny. I'm feeling horny, and I shoot like Robert Horry. I'm off this percolated. I got it percolated. I give it this percolated. I show it this percolated tricks. Possible, they know who in the city. Possible, you can ask Diddy. Possible, what's up with city? Possible, going 50 for 50. I pop a retorted and shoot up the party, then change the artillery. Energy, I'm giving nothing but energy. I give up your Hennessy. I give 2 shots to the enemy. Hope you remember me. What the telling me? I spent 250 on my wrist. I spent 250 on my level G. Doing the grip, walking in spot and turn everybody. DJ, Clue, my with the wolves. Tell Spank kid and play it back. While the wolves throw the bag. You know I'm shooting for the stars, aiming for the moon. I shoot at any op, cause you know I woo. Send that to the medic. Everything raw, no edit. Pop Smoke did it.
Look, Tyler got the album of the year for now, but Pop about to drop. I see the platinum in the clouds. Now Push about to drop, so real trappers stick around. The crown is only for the king, they trying to place it on a clown. I declare war, nickname he sell raw. Different city, same ghetto, bring the wolves on tour. Push start, drop top, 812, 2-door.
Ein ganz großer Applaus für Dance Flavor. Also wer nichts mit Fußball anfangen kann, der sollte spätestens jetzt sich überlegen, ob er zum Tanzen geht. Jetzt ist es mein Vergnügen, it's my pleasure to introduce David Leone, official of the Soccer Federation.
Thank you very much.
Dazu auch noch die 3 Personen, auf deren Mist das hier gewachsen ist. Die Ausrichter vom Deutschen Kleinfeld-Fußballverband Julia Kolter, Christoph Köchi und Marc Müller. But first, David.
Thank you very much. I am from England, as you know. There's a few boos there, Christoph. But heute ist Deutschland die Heimat des Fußballs. Thank you. Und heute fühle ich mich im Herzen als Deutscher. But I will go back, thank you very much. I will go back to English, if you don't mind. I want to say, Mark, Christoph, Julia and Thomas Kufen have made this happen, but one person in particular has made it happen more than anybody else. Whenever there's been a problem or an issue, she has solved the problem. Please put your hands together for Julia. Thank you very much. She has done everything. Well done, Julia. And every success of this week is principally, well, it's down to Mark and Christoph, but it's mainly down to Julia. And I hope you don't mind me saying that, Christoph, because you're Julia's husband. So I say, Julia, Christoph, Mark, vielen Dank von uns allen. Thank you from all of us. There you are. Thank you very much.
Ja, und wir bedanken uns natürlich auch schon mal im Voraus. Julia, dieses Event hier in Essen, wann ist die Idee dafür entstanden?
Ehrlich gesagt, schon sehr lange, seit 10 Jahren oder so. Es ist in unserem Kopf und wir haben immer davon geträumt, dass wir das hier mal in Essen umsetzen können und jetzt ist es soweit und wir finden das einfach auch unglaublich. Dieses riesige Stadion hier auf dem Kennedy-Platz und es ist einfach Wahnsinn.
Und der Traum hat sich auch so erfüllt, wie du dir es hier vorgestellt hast.
Ja, ganz genau so. Wir haben genau so, wie wir uns erträumt haben, ist es jetzt auch heute hier und es ist einfach der Wahnsinn. Mir fehlen die Worte, das Stadion ist voll, es ist einfach toll.
Marc, du bist ja der Experte fürs Sportliche. Was können wir denn hier in den nächsten 10 Tagen erwarten?
Ja, ich glaube, dass hier das Ruhrgebiet und insbesondere die Stadt Essen natürlich sowieso fußballverrückt ist, aber ich habe schon oft gesagt, wer Fußball mag, der wird Soccer lieben, denn wir haben spektakuläre Mannschaften, wir haben sehr, sehr viele Abschlüsse. Ich glaube, dass hier einiges geboten wird. Wir werden viele Tore sehen, wir haben Mannschaften von allen Kontinenten, technisch sehr guten Fußball und ich glaube, worauf sich alle am meisten freuen können, dass es nie langweilig wird, egal ob morgens um 9, ob mittags um 14 Uhr oder abends 21 Uhr, wenn Deutschland spielt. Hier geht es richtig zur Sache.
Ja, und für alle, die das vielleicht nicht wissen, der Eintritt ist frei. Und Christoph, da muss man vielleicht auch nochmal ein paar Sponsoren und ein paar anderen Menschen Dank aussprechen. Ich übergebe dir mal das Mikro.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ja, ich denke auch. Wir sind einen langen Weg gegangen. Auch wir 3 schon von der Gründung der Uniliga 2005, als wir das erste Mal auf Kleinfeld gespielt haben, sind ein paar dabei. Dann haben Julia und Marc die Liga in Göttingen ganz lange geleitet. Dann das nationale Projekt Uniliga und dann haben wir gemeinsam diesen Verband gegründet. Wussten gar nicht so richtig, was wir da machen. Und als wir das erste Mal international unterwegs waren, das war in Moldawien 2012, da haben wir gesagt, das Ding müssen wir mal nach Deutschland holen. Und dann hat es einen Augenblick gedauert, bis wir soweit waren und auch bis wir die Mitstreiter gefunden haben. Und da komme ich jetzt zum Dank. Wir haben vor ungefähr 3 Jahren da drüben bei der Essen Marketing im Büro gesessen und wir haben vorher auch mit anderen Städten gesprochen. Aber das, was bei der Essen Marketing sofort war, war die Bereitschaft, mit uns diesen Weg zu gehen. Und das war von dem Moment bis zum Moment gestern Nacht, als wir noch die letzten Sachen fertiggestellt haben, teilweise sogar heute, dass die ganze Mannschaft von der EMG noch runtergekommen ist und noch mitgeholfen hat. Und ihnen gebührt großer Dank. Auch natürlich allen Sponsoren, die es möglich gemacht haben. Ihr seht die hier im Rund präsentiert. 25 Partner sind dabei, ohne die wäre es nicht möglich. Möchte aber trotzdem noch mal eine Person nennen, die sofort inspiriert wurde und die dann immer wieder uns mitgezogen hat. Und möchte mich noch einmal ganz herzlich bei Richard Röhrhoff bedanken, dem Geschäftsführer der Essen Marketing GmbH. Ansonsten wird es jetzt fast ein emotionaler Moment, wenn man so lange davon träumt, das umzusetzen. Deswegen gebe ich dir mal das Mikro wieder.
Ja, bevor die Emotionen übernehmen, erstmal einen Riesenapplaus für die 3 hier, die das hier letztlich federführend auf die Beine gestellt haben. Vielen Dank. Aber dann würde ich sagen, kommen wir so langsam mal zum Wesentlichen des Abends, denn wir sind alle hier, um Fußball zu sehen und wir haben 2 tolle Paarungen, Deutschland gegen Zypern und Griechenland gegen Italien und ich denke, darauf können wir uns alle heute sehr freuen. Und dann denke ich, ist es auch Zeit, beide Mannschaften zu begrüßen und auf den Platz zu bitten. Und wir fangen erstmal an mit den Gästen aus Zypern. Team Cyprus, are you ready? There, with number 1, Etimios Michalitsis. Number 2, Christos Yanu. Player with number 3, Alexandras Georgiou. Number 5, Marios Panagi. Number 6, Argyris Giakoudakis. Number 7, Andreas Panagiotou. Number 8, Panagiotis Andreou. Number 9, Dimitris Nikolaidis. Number 10, Alexis Tsitsos. Number 11, Josef. Number 12, Vasilis Tsakidis. And number 13, Karis Vasiliou. Nochmal ein Riesenapplaus für Zypern. Let's welcome Team Cyprus. Und jetzt die Lokalmatadoren, Team Deutschland. Mit der Nummer 1, Kim Sippel. Die 5, Tobias Heitz. Die 6 trägt Bennett Sundermann. Die 7, Yannick Zierden. Mit der Nummer 9, Benedikt Chandra. Die 10, Dominik Reinhold. Die 11, Younes Benfari. Mit der 12, Marvin Jaschke. Die 13 trägt Kilian Seinsche. Mit der 14, Julen Mediavilla. Mit der 18 Hendrik Hebecker. Die 19 Gianluca Evers. Mit der 21 Jakob Goka. Die 23 Robin Möllers. Und die 26 Niklas Kühle. Ein Riesenapplaus für Deutschland. Es folgt jetzt das Warm-up bei der Mannschaften und dann ist Anstoß um 21 Uhr.
So, meine Lieben, die Nordtribüne links von mir. Wie sieht's denn da aus? Haben wir da Fans von Griechenland, Zypern, Deutschland? Ah, er ist noch etwas verhalten. Wie sieht's denn auf der Osttribüne aus der Gegengraden? Bock auf den heutigen Fußballabend? Ah, ich weiß, welche Tribüne euch das jetzt vormacht. Die Südtribüne zum Motel One. Seid ihr gut drauf? Ah. Wir stecken den Rest gleich schon an. So, ich habe auch eine kleine Bitte an euch. Bitte aufrücken, es gibt noch viele einzelne Plätze und es gibt noch viele, die kommen möchten. Also rückt zusammen, macht Plätze frei. Es braucht auf jeden Fall niemand Scheu haben reinzukommen. Es sind noch Plätze frei.
want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me? Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me?
Jak włączysz, tylko nie wiem, nie? Jak włączysz, tylko nie wiem, ale to się ogarnie.
Can you help him?
Dobra, jest git chyba, nie?
But then everything is... Yeah, everything is set, yeah. It's set? Yeah. So where make place for him, yeah. Where you're only one person? Yeah. Up is music, down is not good. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
A very warm welcome to you from Essen here in northwest Germany, the hub of German football for the 2023 Soccer World Cup. 44 nations will take to this impressive purpose-built arena, culminating in the final here in 10 days' time. Host Germany will be leading proceedings this evening as they take on Cyprus in Group A. The Germans, led by manager Marta Frulich, believe they have what it takes to lift the trophy on the 12th. And as ever, it would take a very brave man to bet against them. They did in fact lift the trophy as world champions in the final, the first ever final in the Soccer World Cup. That was back in 2018 in Lisbon, with victory over Poland in the final. Players to look out for include veteran Nicolas Kula, who scored the goal of the tournament in 2018. That in the final, a magnificent solo effort, which also earned him man of the match. The man in the sticks, captain Kim Sippel, was the winner of the best goalkeeper in last year's tournament in Budapest. Cyprus make their second appearance in the World Cup finals, having qualified through the Euro Cup. The top three sides went through, finished in the top three of each group competition, and they were granted a place here in Germany. Chris Christosmel, in charge of the Cypriots, knows his side are a little bit under well, I'm under-favoured, sorry, and most definitely here to cause an upset. And if you're new to all of this, the games are 40 minutes long, 2 20-minute halves, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw as is traditional. Corners are as normal, throw-ins are kick-ins, and penalties are a throwback to the MLS days with the soccer penalty kick. 10 seconds, one-on-one from the halfway line. Alongside me is Mr. Rob Burke. Rob, a beautiful day, a beautiful little stadium built here in the city centre. What's your initial impression of Essen in this lovely arena?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, mate. Beautiful is the word indeed. They don't call it the Green Heart of Rua for nothing, and it's quite magical to be here, mate. I don't want to say I didn't expect it, because we know how infamous this competition is for bringing the fans in their numbers, but it really is a good atmosphere. A good atmosphere here already. I'm not sure whether you expected this many fans for the first game, but it is full.
Yeah, impressive. It's completely full. We were actually told that there are 400 Greek fans waiting outside for the game that comes a little later. So they've stopped letting people in at the door around about an hour ago. So it's building up nicely. The place is packed. They've done a lovely job of this, haven't they?
Yeah, beautiful job, absolutely. And there really is a sense of anticipation in the air. The German fans have turned up in their numbers. We were speaking earlier, mate. They topped their group last year. They've won it in the past. There is a bit of pressure on these players to turn up today.
There is, but they're backed by, to our right, a little section of German ultras.
There is, yeah, they've got the banners and the flags ready. They do love their football in this part of the world, and it's very evident. I'm sure you'll see on the TV images as the teams make their way out.
That's it. And they don't do things by half, the Germans, do they? They will be looking to win this tournament. They have, as I say, won it in the past. They've come close as well in the past. Cyprus not one of the favourites, it has to be said. Should it be a straightforward evening for the Germans, do you think?
Well, like you say, Cyprus are an unknown entity in this competition, and I'm excited to see what they bring. You never know. As we look through the results from last year, there were a few upsets, but likewise, the Germans did win their game by a massive margin. I think they scored 19 goals in one game last year, so the fans here will be hoping for a repeat of that.
Is it possible in six-a-side football that you can sit back and soak it up, or are they going to have to go for it?
Well, Algeria didn't manage to soak it up last year, that's for sure.
So we're just about to, we're lining the players up. As you can see, we will go through the national anthems.
Yes, but
Yeah, this is what there, but that's what it was inside. There was nothing inside.
okay, thank you.
Did you have something inside when you saw it?
Yes, but it was nice.
A stirring national anthem from the Germans here in this ground, as indeed the Cypriots, and what a way to start us off for the Soccer World Cup 2023 here in Essen, just about to get themselves going. They look a fit bunch, don't they, the Germans?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been well informed. The Germans are very well known for their size and stature, and the physical way they approach this six-a-side game. And getting a look at the team for the first time, I can see why.
Yeah, big, strong, fit. I mean, fitness is the name of the game here, isn't it? It's all about pace and power. Germany look as though they've got stacks of that in their side. Big squads, 15 in the German squad, so plenty of substitutes should they
Halo,
call
czy się
upon them, but again,
słyszymy?
this side,
Ileż dni trzeba było czekać, by to wreszcie powiedzieć. 2 czerwca 2023 roku, godzina 21:00. W końcu Mistrzostwa Świata w Essen. 44 drużyny z całego świata zjechały nam się do głównego ośrodka przemysłowego Zagłębia Rury. Chodzi o turystyce i samej urbanizacji terenu, może trochę później. Przed chwilą odbyła się, co mieliście Państwo przyjemność oglądać, oficjalna ceremonia otwarcia 4. Mistrzostw Świata Soccer organizowanych przez organizację International Socca Federation. Wszyscy tutaj z pewnością najbardziej emocjonujemy się tym, jak zagrają nasi rodacy, ale to dopiero w niedzielę. Zresztą, z pewnością, pewnie dziś o tym jeszcze kilka razy wspomnę. A skoro już o mnie mowa, to z tej strony Dawid Marasek z redakcji Soccer.pl. Witam wszystkich Państwa bardzo serdecznie. No i zapraszam na spektakl. Spektakl, jakim z pewnością będzie mecz otwarcia pomiędzy tegorocznymi gospodarzami, czyli reprezentacją Niemiec, a Cyprem, który aby dotrzeć na tę imprezę musiał pokonać odległość blisko 3000 km. Dzisiaj za mikrofonem sam, ponieważ jak wszyscy wiemy, no lub kto jeszcze nie wie, to warto o tym wspomnieć, ani my, komentatorzy, ani zawodnicy kadry z orzełkiem na piersi nie biorą nawet złotówki za udział w takiej imprezie i po prostu czasem obowiązki biorą górę. Na następne mecze jednak już będziemy prawie w komplecie, ponieważ w Essen zameldują się dobrze Wam znani Dominik Grek, Dawid Szeluga i Przemysław Kaczmarek. To właśnie oni będą komentować mecze Polaków, a te będą transmitowane, uwaga, nie tylko na transmisji YouTube'owej PlayArena.pl, ale także na głównej stronie wirtualnej Polski, która została partnerem medialnym reprezentacji polskich szóstek. No i czekamy na pierwszy gwizdek, rozpoczyna na biało Cypr. Mamy pierwsze kopnięcie, a zatem przedstawię Państwu składy obu ekip. Zaczniemy od gości, na biało ubrani zawodnicy, tak jak wspomniałem, Cypru z numerem 1, Etimios Michalitsis z numerem 2, Christos Lonou z numerem 3, Aleksandros Georgiou z numerem 5, Marius Pagani z numerem 6, Argiris Giakudakis z numerem 7, Andreas Pagianotou z numerem 8, Pagianotis Andreou z numerem 9, Dimitris Nikolaidis z numerem 10, Alexis Tsitsos z numerem 11, Losif z numerem 12, Vasilis Tsakidis i 13, Haris Vasilou. Na gospodarze, którzy dzisiaj niesieni dopingiem swoich fanów na czarno. No i oczywiście w bramce legendarny już z numerem 1 Kim Sippel z numerem 5, Tobias Heitz z numerem 6, Bennett Sonderman z numerem 7, Yannick Zierden z numerem 9, Benedikt Andra z numerem 10, Dominik Reynolds z numerem 11, Younes Benfrey z numerem 12, Marvin Jaszke z numerem 13, Kilian Szejsze z numerem 14, Julen Mediavilla z numerem 18, Hendrik Hebecker z numerem 19, Gianluca Ever z numerem 21, Jakob Goker z numerem 23, Robin Moller i z numerem 26 Niklas Kühle, czyli kolejna gwiazda reprezentacji Niemiec, napastnik. No i rozpoczynamy agresywnie początek meczu, a już brzydki faul ze strony gospodarzy.
We did question why he had the number 10 on his back, playing at the back.
No gorąco dzisiaj na stadionie, choć temperatura, no już troszeczkę ochłodziło się nam na rynku niemieckiego Essen. Do piłki podchodzi z numerem 10 Losif. No i zobaczymy, na jakie zagranie zdecydują się goście. Będzie uderzenie, ale poprzeczka! Ależ nam się rozpoczyna to starcie. Tutaj zdecydowanym faworytem wydaje mi się reprezentacja Niemiec. Tak stawiają bookmacherzy, tak stawiają redaktorzy Soccer, no i tak stawiają przede wszystkim reprezentanci Polski, których pytamy w zakulisowych rozmowach, ale teraz bardzo niedokładne podanie ze strony Benedikta Handry. No i przy piłce Cypr. Zagranie na pivota, świetnie obraca się z piłką. Cały czas. Pod jego kontrolą, pod kontrolą Nikolaidisa, ale ostatecznie sędzia odgwizduje faul w ataku, no i rozpoczynają Niemcy.
Germany will start again. Guka.
Mi osobiście wydaje się, że Niemcy, którzy jeszcze raz podkreślę, są gospodarzami tego turnieju, poniesieni, prawda, dopingiem miejscowych kibiców, wysoko pokonają Cypryjczyków, no i nie sprawią żadnej sensacji, aczkolwiek warto pamiętać, że to jest mecz otwarcia, tu się wszystko może wydarzyć, drużyny mogą szukać sobie długą okazję, ale teraz jeszcze mamy rękę, ale sędzia nie odgwizduje w ramach walki. Naprawdę dużo nam się tutaj dzieje na samym początku, no i świetna sytuacja Sistosa, ale nic z tego nie ma.
A real clash in styles as well. You can see the Germans want to get their feet on the ball and keep control of this game, but Cyprus are happy to play on the counter, and when they do get on it, they play quick football.
Really do drive, don't you? There's a wayward shot this time. But yeah, impressive start, Rob. It's actually taken me a little bit by surprise. As you say, they're very happy to drive through.
Yeah, and they all seem so comfortable on the ball as well, and they're looking to get forward as quickly as possible. They play on the counter-attack, but it's not just wasteful passing.
That's right, they do sit deep, but just wait for that ball through and then try and press. Germany, again, can't get through, and Andreu will drive. He has an option to his left, he goes wide right. And out for a Cypriot kick-in.
The Germans are causing themselves some problems here with their passing. It's a few wayward passes, only a few minutes into this first half.
It's a handful, isn't it, Andreu? And it comes in. The referee's called it back. Andreu nearly missed the start, didn't he, Rob? We saw him down at the toilets just moments before kick-off.
Yeah, we were trying to argue who was more important. I think he won that little conversation.
I wasn't arguing with him. Yeah, the Germans again, a good 1-2 this time. Again, though, really well defended. Dangerous to try the trickery there, but Cyprus have done enough. German fans want a free kick for that one. They're not going to get it, and Cyprus will have a kick in.
And Alexis is lucky there. He tried to do a little bit too much with it on the edge of his box. He needs to pick his moment when he wants to try something as fancy as a little flip-flap.
Here's Sitsos. Chips a nice one. Wide left, good header. And that was beckoning for the top corner. And the keeper, Sippel, was able to parry it away.
Yep, good save, heading for the top corner, that one. We see the replay there.
What have Cyprus been working on that training ground? Andreu tries it on his left foot this time, goes for goal. Well, he's not goal shy, is he? He will have a pop.
Absolutely not. And you mentioned physicality at the start of the game. He's certainly bringing it to this Cyprus team. He's very Alexander Mitrovic-esque.
He is, he really
strong
is.
hold-up play and not afraid to let it loose when he gets the chance.
The Germans certainly felt that they needed to change things up pretty quickly, and I think they made at least 3, possibly 4 substitutes since that ball went out for a corner. The Cypriots only making 1, I think.
Yeah, it's important to keep it fresh, like you said. If you're not giving 100% every minute of the game, there's plenty of men on the bench waiting to do exactly that.
It's a loose ball that's just towed away, Nikolaidis. That will mean that Germany have a kick in a dangerous area.
They're not having it all their own way, the Germans.
Certainly not. Cyprus have been the better, I think it has to be said. Maybe they can cause a shock here in Essen. They only just scraped through as finishing third in the European group in the European Cup. They are proving a difficult side thus far, but Germany coming forward. Challenge comes in, and it will be a German corner. Do seem to have the height to cope with it, though, if they're going to put it aerial. They don't expect it to necessarily be whipped in on the head in this this format.
It can be done. It's a fine art, heading the ball in six-a-side.
2 players milling around the penalty box. And it is a training ground free kick. There might be a chance to shoot here, but it just falls under the feet of the German player, and maybe Cyprus will come away here. It's well won back, though. And then a little lean into his man.
Yeah.
Telegraphed it, didn't he?
Chasing his mistake there again, being caught out. We praised him for his ball control, Alexis, early on in this game, but he's been caught out a couple of times now, and he knew it there.
Just going to see that challenge again. There it was, just left it in a little bit. Maybe a decent foul to give away, perhaps, you might call it.
Yeah, the Germans really are pushing up right into the Cyprus half now.
Yeah, they need to put some heat on, don't they? Just wonder if it's going to be a shot this time, or they are going to try and fire it towards that back post again. Maybe just look for any kind of touch to take it in. It's a short one to the edge, and it's worked with a little bit of space, but it was closed down well. It might come again down the right-hand side. It's fired in for a corner. And that's better from Germany, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cyprus taking no chances. When in doubt, hoof it out, and that's what they did there. Happy to concede the corners. They look pretty strong defensively from the German set pieces.
Bit of zonal marking from the Cypriots. Be interesting to see what the movement is from these free kicks. You imagine they can work quite a lot of different angles from the set pieces. There's that ball to the edge again, fired down to the bottom corner, cleared away off a white sock. Did look as though it was creeping into the bottom corner. And back outside the German box where they've given it away. Step on the ball is retrieved, and we'll start again. It's lumped forward. Andreu getting a little taste of his own medicine there. And here will come Germany. This game just starting to open up now. Cyprus just seem to win the ball and just can't keep hold of it at the moment. And the Germans just in the last few minutes have had the better.
Yep, if it wasn't for Argyris, for Cyprus, they'd be 1-0 down. He got something on it.
Long range strike. Well, it was a decent hit, to be fair. It was never heading goal bound, but it was well struck. Cyprus perhaps just happy to get their shot away, given the pressure they've had since those substitutions have been made. It's definitely changed Germany's approach.
They like to play in little bursts, Cyprus. They're happy to sit back and absorb the German pressure, and then they come to life.
There's that little ball work to the edge, and then just looking for the layoff. They've got themselves a free kick. No interest in taking it too quickly.
They've got a few set pieces planned, Germany. You can see there's movement in and around the box. It's just when you use them. 10 minutes in, 0-0. Now might be the best time to just settle the nerves in the crowd and try one of the more favoured set piece routines.
Well, there's two over it this time, which will give the keeper something to think about. It's number 13, Seinscher, is one of them. Robin Muller's the other. Well, we're having a good chat about it. The referee likes to have a good long chat, doesn't he, Rob?
They're well trained.
Here we go then. You think from this a shot's beckoning. And it is, and it's deflected. And over the bar. Now, I think the assistant is calling for a goal kick, is he? No, it will be a corner.
Will be a corner. Not sure what body part they got on it, rather.
Well,
happy to see it sail over.
Absolutely, anything will do. Cyprus under the cosh a little bit now. Just got to try and see it out. Try and get their foot on the ball, haven't they? They've not really had any kind of possession in the last 5 minutes or so.
The keeper hasn't had to make too many saves, though. It's Sipple at the other end who's actually brought out the biggest save of the game. The Cypriots won't be too disappointed.
Now, how's your touch? In fact, they go for the header, and then a flick on towards the back post. Keeper was alert to it.
This is where they come alive. On the counter-attack, you saw how quickly there they got up the pitch. Nothing came of it, but they'll drop back into their shape.
And they'll just reshape, as you say, Rob. Start again along that back line. It's Chandra. And now Robin Mullers. Chandra looking for some options at the moment. He's found one eventually on the right-hand side in Mediavala.
Just watching Giagodakis for Cyprus now, absolutely hounding his man. And he gets in front of him there again.
Well, that's good skill. This time on the way through. And a little burst of life from the Germans nearly resulted in the opener. And the Germans, in actual fact, now are making all 5 substitutes on the outfield. So we'll start again with a refreshed side. Cyprus keeping things as they are.
The 5 substitutions there. I think we're back to as we started the game. The original team is back on.
Oh, and the keeper spills. And that's surely a foul. Well, that looked blatant to me. The referee hasn't given it.
Giakadakis at the back. Ever since I praised him, he's been a little bit iffy. Classic case of commentator's curse there. And he makes his way to the bench.
Gianluca Evans was furious he didn't get that free kick. I think he had a case. Oh, a nice diagonal, just unlucky. Defender doing enough in the end, miscontrol. Up for the kick in from Yunus Benfraji.
Andreas on this wing made a nice little run. I thought his hamstring went just as he pulled up at the end, but just slowing down. Too fast for his own legs.
Migalitis goes long, and that will be meat and drink for Kim Sippel. The Germans start again. Still 0-0 here in Essen in this opening game. Well, I think that was a pass, Rob.
Stinks of desperation a little bit, 14 minutes into this game. They just need an opening goal, and we mentioned it earlier. For all of Germany's possession and pressure, it's still Cyprus who've had the best chance. If it wasn't for Sippel's save, it'd be 1-0 Cyprus.
Yeah, I think they'll be delighted at the moment, the Cypriots. If they can go in at half-time 0-0, it'll give them real belief when it'll perhaps even 1-0. It's not to say they can't get a goal. Definitely shown they're capable.
You can see what the Germans are trying to do there. They definitely do play with more structure. It's just a valiant effort so far from Cyprus, and some good football as well.
Has been good. Hats off to the Cypriots. What can Germany do then to unlock that Cypriot defence? That's good hounding again. That's the only option over on that right-hand side, and Cyprus are just pressing on them slightly more now. And then that ball through, and that's good work from Cyprus. Just gave Germany no options and forced a desperate pass. Now they just need something to spark them in that final third.
A decent spell of possession this for Cyprus.
Yeah, they'll take that, won't they? They need a little bit of time on the ball, get themselves reacquainted with the ball at the feet.
Yeah, Georgiou and just making his way up top there, the number 3 for Cyprus, really does get around the pitch and offers more options. They were struggling for a way out before he came on. He's clearly got the legs, and he's given them just a few more outlets, helping them move the ball around a little bit better. And they're looking good. This is their best phase of possession so far.
Germany pushing Cyprus back, but they've managed to retain possession. Some lovely trickery there, and again, and still he drives. Well, that would have been fantastic if it ended in a goal, but in the other instance, Germany may well capitalise on the break. That's really well done. Just a little show of what six-a-side football can be.
Good
end-to-end stuff, it was good. Driving strike, I think, towards goal. It was met at the foot of a German striker, but it will fall to the Cypriots. Just tried the little spin there. Wasn't able to keep it in.
The one thing you can say, Cyprus are very quick in transition. Even without the ball, they get back lightning quick, and they're happy to get forward when they do grab it as well. It's good to see, and it's working well. They've kept the Germans on their toes so far. 16 minutes in, 0-0 against the hosts.
A little nervy in the crowd as well, aren't they? Well, here's a chance perhaps then. Good challenge comes in there. Cyprus trying to calm things down. Keeper says, I've got no options, and goes safe. We're just asking for the free kick on the far side as a man goes down. And more German changes will come about. Desperately trying to force something, Rob, aren't they?
Yeah, like I say, look, they look good on the ball. There's clearly structure. They definitely have that little bit more quality across the board in terms of players. for Cyprus. They've got that little bit of flair in the odd player, and everyone's got the legs, clearly. It's a pretty even game.
And a bit of bite in this game as well, you think?
Yeah, there's a bit of needle creeping in. Absolutely.
Just need a goal, don't we? We may still well get one. It's just over 2 minutes to go of normal time here. Oh, and that one's gone a long way. First one out of the stadium. Has bounced back in, though.
Biggest cheer of the night.
Not very German-esque, that.
It's a huge header back from whoever's outside that stadium.
It's a massive, massive return.
Sign him up.
Here we go.
Goal.
And there's that big handful again. German player trying to get his head in on the ground. Referee saying that's not quite legal. Free kick given against Yannick Zierden. And Cyprus will have that free kick. So
Andreou, he's a handful, mate. He had 2-on-1 there.
He really is. Little slice to come away. And here is what it's all about, the counter-attack, but that's beautifully defended. They've been really resolute in that defensive task, haven't they?
The mistakes have certainly decreased as the game has gone on from Cyprus. Caught a little bit cold early on, but they've been solid ever since.
Approaching half-time, it's still 0-0. Can one of these sides find a goal before the half-time whistle? Would change the game completely if somebody wants to get that goal. Perhaps Germany just happy to let the clock run down.
Not too much urgency amongst the Germans. They'll back themselves to get the goal, of course.
Yeah, we know about the Germans. They definitely believe in themselves. Oh, there's some nice footwork. Good defensive play again. And it's the big fella, Andreou again, making a nuisance of himself. Last few seconds of this first half. Maybe one last chance. In goes Andreou again. And there is the half-time whistle. Well, right off Cyprus at your peril. I apologise profusely for my earlier prediction. Half-time, we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes' time. It's Germany 0, Cyprus 0. Well, the Germans are back on the pitch. Here with me, Dan Shaw and Rob Burke alongside me. So, Rob, 0-0 half-time. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, if the Cypriot remit was to quieten down this massive crowd, I think it's mission success, mate. 0-0. I think you take that all day long. The Germans had a system, but they countered it really nicely, mate. I thought they played some good counter-attacking football. They were confident on the ball, and most importantly, those early mistakes, the nervous mistakes, were ironed out nicely after about 10 minutes. So I think from a Cypriot point of view, you're happy. From the Germans, it's not panic stations yet. They've got plenty of time. They'll back themselves, like you say, but they need a goal.
It's interesting. I was looking down at the benches, and the Germans, there was a lot of huddles and claps and shouting, whereas the Cypriots had the board out. They were talking tactics. So read of that what you will. Here we go again then. Second half here in Essen, Germany. The Soccer Sixes World Cup. And here's a good early chance for Cyprus. They had a shot on goal. Well, it did open up, didn't it? It wasn't far off.
He saw his chance. I didn't think he expected to go quite as far with the ball at his feet. Misses just a yard wide of the top right corner. Good start.
Definitely in this game, Cyprus. Here come the Germans then. Chandra, good ball through to the edge of the area. Chance to shoot perhaps, and what a save that is. Fantastic dive down to his right-hand side. Still, Germany have a chance. They pop it out for a throw, but that was a top save.
It was indeed a nice save. It looked like a heavy touch initially. Turned out it was a beautiful layoff. Pounced upon, but didn't quite find its mark.
So that kick in for Germany then. It's going to be another little training ground move, you feel. They've had to go back. Cyprus will certainly welcome that. And again, Cyprus will push the Germans back, and they'll have to start again. Kim Sippel, he's a tough man to beat. Goalkeeper of the tournament last year. Bit of a brick wall. Big tall man takes out a lot of that goal.
It's interesting seeing Robin Mollers when he picks up the ball at the back for Germany. Looking for options, just not quite enough movement. There's plenty of energy in the side, but they need to show a little bit more.
Long ball comes in this time. Keeper manages to hold it inside his area. Happy just to get the ball down and play out from the back again, aren't they? They will take their time. Can they probe down this left? It's stolen away nicely, but Germany have still got it. That will be a German kick in.
The man marking really is exceptional from Cyprus. There's no options for the Germans. They have the ball in their own half and slowly bring it forward, and there's just no options there. Cyprus have every single man covered.
Smilia Villa gives it back, and again, just standing strong. Cyprus wanted that. But a good, tenacious challenge again. Not giving anything away, Cyprus. Not seeing anything loose even from Cyprus for some time.
Mollers is the only one. Imagine it's Müllers, to be fair.
Striking to the near post. Keeper spilled it. He spills it again, but the German striker was already on his way back. And Cyprus now will start along that back line. There's a flick on, hits the post, and head-on hands. Yeah, Yosef. Wow. I think he can quite believe it. I think he thought it was in.
What an opening goal that would have been.
It's Chandra.
I'm not sure he had many options. It probably was the only finish he could choose from.
Muller's ball went down the right-hand side, but Cyprus come away, and they have got two ahead of them. Just took a little bit too long on the ball that time. It might open things up for Germany, but again, well defended. Almost doubling up on everything, Cyprus.
And that's the thing when they do win the ball back. Yosif was on the wing here, he was open. Couldn't quite find the pass to him, but if they do find that pass, the Germans could find themselves behind. And then it's panic stations.
Well, yeah, the longer this game goes on, I mean, Germany will feel they have to win this one almost. Cyprus won't necessarily feel that way, and so if Germany keep going probing, it might, as you say, open the door.
The famous saying, don't back the early kickoff. Don't back the opening game of the tournament, because you never know what you're going to get. We were certainly wrong.
We certainly were. Certainly were. That was Cooler, incidentally, hit that one past the post, and he is capable. Here we go again then. Ball up to the big man. He does what he does. Strike away was defended well, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like a lot of teams, they do tend to have 1 or 2 goal scorers they rely on, but Germany, they spread the goals all around.
Shot came in, it deflected. Now Germany have it in the middle. Should be brought under control. It's a little loose. Oh, a little bit of miscommunication between the keeper and the defender, but they have got it away. Now chip it forward. Andreu won't even bother to chase that one. He knows that that's a lost cause. Now, Tobias Heitz. Back to Captain Kim Sippel. Cooler down the line. Man goes to ground. Free kick given. Got enough of Evers for that free kick, Rob, do you think?
A little bit sloppy from Dimitri. But the defence overall has been fantastic. I'm sorry, like, there's a few of them. There's plenty of them who have the energy, and you weren't sure whether they're going to have the quality. There's a couple of mistakes, but they've just proved that the pressure hasn't got to them. They've settled really well. They know what their game plan is. You mentioned they had the tactics board out at half-time. Whatever their coach has told them, they're sticking to it to a T. It's just whether the set piece will be their undoing.
This is a big angle. And it's Kula! Opening goal of the World Cup belongs to Germany. And it's Niklas Kula who's got the goal. I said he was capable. He certainly has been in recent years. And he's done it again.
We sang the praises of the Cypriot defence. Nothing they could do there. We thought it would take a set piece. It did take a set piece, but it was well worked from the Germans. 1-0.
Well, there's a strike pushed over the bar. Kim Sippel wasn't convinced it was off target. Big reaction needed now.
Yeah, that's what you didn't want. They were happy playing on the counter-attack. Now they'll feel inclined to push for a goal. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt, actually, because, like you say, they're good at getting up and down the pitch, but if they do need to press, is the quality there to find the back of the net?
Well, let's find out. There's a man at the back post lurking. Unable to get it over there, though. And then a little dink, which is certainly not going to bother the German skipper. And the ball gets collected in the crowd. He enjoyed that one. I have been a little bit quiet, the Germans. They have been worried, haven't they?
They were worried. It'd only take 1 goal, and they're back. They're back at it. Few worried looks into their pint glasses, or steins, should I say? But now you'd like to think that the Germans can cruise their way to a victory. The Cypriots won't let them.
And Germany, famously in all forms of football, are pretty good when they take a lead, aren't they? Just that well-oiled machine, the Germans. And everything they do, they're effective. And they haven't had it all their own way by any means so far this evening. What are they going to do here? Just try to drill it through into the centre of goal. Cyprus do well, and here's a chance then. Just took a second too long, didn't he? Had a man in. And if he had released it, then there was a great opportunity for Josef, who had found space.
Quicker decision-making needed there. He's made a few good runs, Josef, on this right-hand side. He hasn't been found, and if they do manage to get the ball to him, you worry for the Germans. They've let him go.
He did. He's made a couple of good runs. He had that chance off the post, didn't he, earlier on? He nearly took the lead as the Mexican wave begins around this ground. Long ball headed on. Here's another chance for the Germans. Really well punched away by the keeper. They've lost possession though. Here's Kula again towards the back post over the bar. And you feel he had to hit the target there. Yunus Benfaji.
Deja vu from the first half. Alexis losing possession, trying to do a little bit too much. And almost punished again. They need to learn. They started slow in the first half.
This game has opened up in the second half. Do you feel there's another goal in it?
Look, as we said earlier, the Cypriots have surprised us with the amount of quality they do have. They've hit the post. They've certainly got a goal in them.
Well, that was a strike from Zakidis, but harmlessly over the bar. It just seems as though that's their problem. Just finding that clinical, clear-cut chance. Here we go again. Germany in possession. They are looking for more searching balls. That wasn't effective, but they are trying to open it up a little on Germany now, playing with a little bit more freedom perhaps now they've got that opener settled in.
Yeah, there's certainly been more options going forward since that goal, perhaps. It's more to do with the Cypriot defending than it is the German attack, but...
There's a strike from range again, and it's that man again. Zakidis has had a few shots now, none to really challenge the keeper. And here comes a shot from the Germans down to the near post. Did the keeper get a touch on that? No, is the answer.
He's not afraid to let one fly, is he, Zakidis? It's interesting, a lot of the centre-halves, they're pretty confident on the ball, although he has ran straight up front now.
Cypriots on the right-hand side now. Just trying to move it into the area, too congested, and now Germany have a chance on the counter-attack. Good challenge comes in. That's a beautiful ball through, chance for two. Well defended. Really well defended, in fact, because that looks certain that Germany were going to double their lead. Still 1-0 though. And that's a thinkable through, really, that's turned into a shot.
Bit of frustration slipping in as well. Alexis showing it on his face there. He's not happy.
Not as many changes from the Cypriots as the Germans have had, and that may play a part in the last 10 minutes on the legs, perhaps.
They've brought on Georgiou. He seemed to have plenty of legs in the first half. Like I said, he was giving them options. They haven't managed to find him yet.
There's a good header towards the back post. A chance perhaps for Germany! Shot wide. Sainscher that time. Just ran it past the upright. And that was lazy. And here is another chance for Germany. They are probing now. Again, they just can't quite find the target. Media Villa that time with the effort.
It's much more leggy from Germany now. They're winning the first balls. They got there off the header. The interception there. They're really switching up the gears now.
It is looking a little leggy from Cyprus. And this is what keeps happening. Germany keep finding that way through and leaving men forward. Cyprus, again with some tired legs perhaps, and it's number 10, Alexis Tsitsos, who just seems to have dropped a gear or two in the last 5.
Yeah, whether it's a need for a goal or perhaps a bit of legginess, it is the first game. It might take a little bit to get going, but the Germans are having a few more chances than they were in the first half.
Shot from range deflected. And the keeper does well. In the end, it's clear for a corner.
He did do well there. I'm not sure how much you would have seen of it. There were so many bodies in between him and the ball.
He's made a couple of crucial saves, hasn't he? Ball towards the edge. It did bobble around before it was struck. Germany win the loose ball, but Cyprus get it under control.
This is where they need to counter now. They need to be quick, just like they were in the first half. The options are there. The Germans are ball chasing a little bit.
Well, it wasn't a bad ball, I don't think, into the penalty area there. It zipped in, and it required a bit more of a delicate touch, perhaps, and another opportunity missed for Cyprus as the substitutes are made.
Yeah, in the second half, the Germans have been much more direct. Their shots have been with power, very direct, whereas the Cypriots, it's all flicks and tricks in the box. They need to create clearer chances. They're half chances at most in the second half.
Well, here's Panagotu, who's just come back on, and I feel like he does possess those qualities. If he can get in and around the area, is predominantly more of a wider player. Does possess the necessary quality in front of goal, I think. He's just trying to make a run down the left-hand side. He doesn't go that way. Cyprus up to go down the right-hand side, then back into the middle. Touch and a turn. No real options, and Cyprus will have to go back. Germany just sitting back a little deeper now. And again, there's that just, I don't want to say desperate, Rob, but it is, there is a little whiff of it, you feel, from Cyprus now.
Yeah, they're trying everything. The team's very fluid. The centre-halves go forward. Vasius, he's been up and down the pitch, playing striker, playing centre-half, and the shot comes in there.
That was a snapshot, and it was a good snapshot, and the keeper had to be alert. And I think it was Yunus Benfraji who hit it. It's very quick, Benfraji, when he's got around that pitch. Athletic. He's been charged with impeding a Cypriot player there on his run. I thought it was the other way around, but the official didn't see it that way. And Cyprus will be back in possession. Again, just no real ball in the middle there, is there?
They were good value for 0-0 at half-time. I think they'll be slightly disappointed with the chances they've conceded in the second half, with very little up the German end of the field.
A little weak perhaps in the middle. Now Germany can capitalise, and again the keeper comes to the rescue. Well, he's been important, hasn't he, Michaelitis?
He's been the difference in the second half. We could have been looking at 3, 4 or 5 for the Germans if it wasn't for Michaelitis.
Just slight opening for a second there.
And he's getting frustrated as well, the keeper. He's doing his job, and in all fairness, the boys have given it a lot outfield. Just nothing clear-cut.
That shot just coming in was from Alexandros Georgiou. He's the youngest player in the side. September 2004 he was born, which makes me feel Jurassic. What can Cyprus do here?
Explains the legs, born in 2004. Got plenty of energy.
Still only a goal between them though. 4 minutes left, just under.
Yep, that's the thing. 4 minutes to go, 1-0 down. You take it. You take it, because there's always a chance. And like we said, they've shown quality in stages of this game where you couldn't rule out a Cyprus goal.
Well, that was good football from Cyprus, and it might open up for the shot, and he does shoot! Headed away, I think that was beating the keeper. We've still got some defending to do. Substitute hasn't taken his bib off.
He's come on the pitch. I thought it was a ref for a second taking a volleyed shot.
Well, they actually, they had the keeper off to bring another player on. But
there we are.
Didn't take his bib off.
These are the tactics you might see now.
The Germans are on their feet. Maybe they just start to believe.
We've got a bit of music mid-game.
And they've done it again, Cyprus. They've taken the keeper off. And the bib sub.
Yeah, the bib
Perhaps
sub.
he has to keep it on if he's on for the keeper.
Signalling the keeper's off.
In comes that shot, and now is the time for the Germans. Keeper throws long, nobody there, but the defender had to get it under control, and he's still on the ball. And still he wriggles away, and he does really well in the end.
Nerves of steel from Alexis.
Still he goes.
He didn't let the mistakes earlier phase him.
And they're back under the cosh now, surely for Germany. They can make it 2. That is absolutely remarkable defending.
The legs of the 2004 baby coming in clutch there, clearing it off the line. Georgiou gets back.
Well, there's your millennial to the rescue. That was stunning, wasn't it? Should have made it 2 there, the Germans.
Oh, there'd be a few pulled hamstrings if it was me or you making our way back to get that one off the line.
I still wouldn't be back now.
You'd be tackling the replay, mate.
Absolutely. Germany start again then. Minia Villa, beautiful ball over to the right-hand side. Germany probing towards the edge of the area. Good challenge, and now it opens a door. If he can just lay it through, he doesn't to Andreu, but he's got a second bite on the cherry, and Andreu puts it wide.
Oh, that was the moment. That was the moment. We've said it all night. They just need a clear opportunity. That's the man you want it to fall to.
30 minute and a half, left on the clock, and here's another chance for the Germans. Maybe this game isn't over though. What a chance though that was.
We're being treated tonight, mate. We thought it might be a one-sided game, but we've seen a real battle.
Well, I can't even begin to imagine the scenes from the Cypriot bench if that went in. What can they produce in the final minute? Well, that's a loose pass. He didn't want that.
They're not afraid to take a risk, though. They've brought the keeper off 2 or 3 times now.
Yeah, it nearly paid off, didn't it? There's Andre. He's been a beast. He's a real handful. And he was presented with a golden ticket. And he fluffed his lines. Keeper comes off again. Substitute is on the pitch for the keeper.
It's all or nothing now, surely.
Just under 30 seconds left to go. Have to make this count. He's going to shoot. And now Germany are 2-on-1. Oh, and he's too busy thinking about the man. Surely it's 2. And still, Germany can't find that second goal. Wow, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Dimitri with the block. They're putting their lives on the line again. It happened in slow motion.
Wow, what an opening game. It's been sensational, hasn't it, at times? And some of these last gasp clearances off the line, and the defending has been just fantastic. Oh, hang on a minute. Are we going to get...
Yeah,
I think we're going to get a penalty. We're going to get a penalty. Yeah, that's what the decision is. It's the last second. So the penalty, it's like the MLS style. It'll be 10 seconds from the halfway line, 1-on-1. And it will be the last moment of the game. So what did we see here? Well,
not much.
Not a lot is the answer, no. Well, that's what they've decided. They should have looked up to us for VAR.
Well, we were too busy singing his praises, I think.
Here we go then. Chance to make it 2. He hits the post. Rebound comes out. And I think because he's missed, they'll have to restart the game. So no rebounds. Surely there's nothing left in this game.
Oh. Well, this game was just destined to finish 1-0 because you can't buy a second goal.
Oh, there you go. The opening game belongs to Germany. We'd written Cyprus off before a ball was kicked. They proved us wrong. They were sensational in the first half. And they really did give it a good go in the second. Maybe they just became a little leggy. And the Germans have ended up overcoming. Rob, but what an opening game.
Yeah, we were treated there. We weren't sure what to expect. Perhaps a little bit of anticipation of an open game for Germany. 3, 4, 5 goals were mentioned. It was far from it. Credit where it's due to the Cypriots. They really did show their mentality there. Alexis making a few mistakes. You think, oh, is it going to get to him? It didn't get to him. He carried on playing the way he did all night, bringing the ball out of defence. And it wasn't quite enough on the night, but it was a well-structured German side. They had the set pieces. They had the structure. And ultimately, it was a set piece that undid the Cypriots. And, you know, they're good value for their goal. They deserve the win. But it'll be interesting to see where this Cyprus side goes in the rest of the tournament.
It's just finding that clinical edge, isn't it, for Cyprus, getting those goals.
Yeah.
Andre with that chance.
Yeah. We saw some interesting, special, fiery finishes. I don't know how quite to describe them. I'm not sure how much they knew. We saw some back heels, some flicks. They were half chances. And then the one big chance falls to the man you want it to fall to. And he hits it just wide.
Well, there you go. Germany have edged out Cyprus in the opening game. There's another game coming up shortly. Rob, tell us about that.
There is indeed. We've got another game coming up. It is the final game of the evening, just the 2 today. And Peter Walton will be joining me on commentary. So stick around for that in more or less an hour's time. Just over an hour. It's going to be an interesting one.
Tell us who's playing.
Greece and Italy, mate.
And Greece have brought numbers here, haven't they?
Yeah, I've been looking around, and I don't want to say it, but there might be as many Greek fans here as Germans. We've got a full stand over to our left, full of Greek fans. There's a few flags over there. I think the atmosphere might just be topped in that second game. So, yeah, join us in about an hour, and I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well, until then, enjoy the highlights of watching this game back. It's been a fantastic game. And as we say, Rob will be back with you shortly for the second game.
Welcome back then to the Soccer World Cup 2023 here in Essen. We've already seen the opening game of the tournament as the host Germany narrowly beat Cyprus in this fantastic purpose-built stadium smack bang in the heart of the city centre. The excitement continues now though as Greece take on Italy in our final game of the evening. The Greeks, they'll look to improve on last year's exceptional performance where they ultimately bowed out of the tournament in the quarter-final to the eventual winners, Brazil. All eyes tonight though for Italy will be on the Italian killer, Alessandro Galanica. We'll start the game with the national anthems for both sides.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Greece.
Brilliantly sang there by the Greek fans in the stadium. We're expecting a closely contested game here. Both of these sides bowed out to Brazil last year, and they'll be looking for a bit of redemption here in Essen. To watch it all unfold is a man with 10 years experience refereeing the Premier League, who you may have seen more recently as a referee analyst on BT Sport, Mr. Peter Walton.
Good evening.
How did you find that first game?
Riveting, actually. I think that's the standard for the tournament. We're in for a treat. It was frenetic at times. There was plenty of skill on show, as we all saw. A cracking goal and some controversy, of course, and that's what it's all about. But if that's the standard we're looking forward to, then bring it on more on.
Yeah, you mentioned the controversy there regarding the penalty. You're confident it was the right decision?
Yeah, I sat in the stands and watched it and thought, that's a pen. And the reason I thought it was a penalty was because in this competition, as we know, you can't slide challenge your opponent. You know, that's down for a safety reason, that's down for keeping the game flowing. So slide tackling, as we call it, that you have in the 11-side game is out in the soccer game. And because the the defender slid in, as he did, in the penalty area, he caused a foul. And a foul in the penalty area equals penalty kick. So it was no problem for me. A lot of people around me thought it was for handball, but when we explained it to him, they soon calmed down.
It does help when you've got a referee sat next to you in the stands. Simple as that. It was a penalty. Yeah. And we spoke a little bit earlier on that you felt the first game, in terms of refereeing, would set the tone for the competition. Are you happy with the tone they set in that game? It was pretty spotless.
Absolutely. Yeah. Along with the game itself, I think the refereeing crew will be quite happy with themselves when they walk from the field of play after the game. What they've done was they set the scene, they set the standard, they've got the big decision correct, they kept out of the way when they needed to, and they allowed the players to demonstrate their own skills, and the spectators to watch the game rather than watch the referee. And if that continues, then we're in for a treat. But of course, we can only go one game at a time, and here we have two sides here, Italy and Greece, as you quite well said there, very closely contested, and we'll be in for a little bit of a battle tonight, I think, on this particular game. And it's good that Reem is the centre referee, as they call it nowadays, from Germany. She's very experienced in the Bundesliga. She understands a little bit of pressure, and hopefully we won't see too much of her this evening.
Yeah, you're correct. Like you say, the less you notice the referees, the happier you'll be. Essentially, like they let the game go in the last match, and I think there were no complaints.
No, indeed. The game is about the players, not the referees, and let's bring on the players.
Absolutely. The last set of players did themselves proud. We're ready for the second game of the tournament, the final game of day one of the Soccer World Cup 2023. And as we've said a few times, this one is going to be close, but I wouldn't hold me to that with too much certainty. We thought the last one would be a rout, and we actually got one of the closest games we've seen in a while. The last game had a relatively slow start, Peter. Expecting a similar thing here?
Well, look, see, both teams don't want to lose the first game, do they? So there's a bit of trepidation in the first 5 minutes or so as we see each player trying to get a feel for the ball, get a bit of confidence between themselves, a pass of the ball between themselves, as you'd expect. So let's not go gung-ho straight from the off. Let's have a bit of concentration levels all around and make sure that everybody gets a feel of the ball. And as the game progresses, we'll see the tempo pick up, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you've been involved in a fair share of big games yourself. I'm sure calming the nerves is a priority.
Well, calming the nerves is a priority, but also concentration in those first few minutes. You can go into a game far too relaxed, and it catches you out in that first minute. But both these sides survived the first minute with coming out intact. So I think we'll see the game as it now starts to kick up.
And in these early stages, the mistake comes in there from Italy, but they do seem to be the team that want the ball at feet. In the last match, we saw Germany dominant in possession. This may follow a similar tale. As I say that, Greece have their fair share of possession. Bringing it forward, Christos.
You can see early on straight away that the Italians are very disciplined in their outlook in terms of defending. There's 5 players straight behind the ball straight away, and allowing the Greeks to have the ball in their own half. But as soon as they come over that halfway lines, we can all see they're on them straight away. They're closing down. But as you can see, they're just letting them come onto them rather than coming out of their own positions.
Indeed, we saw two teams with very different tactics in the last game. It seems, though, these two prefer the possession. Here is Italy making their way forward. It's a make-do challenge from Lefrakatis. Known for his goals rather than his defensive ability in this Italy team. First strike of the game cleaned up. No issue so far, both teams comfortable on the ball. A little bit of a commentator's curse there. Options for both teams though.
It always happens, but again, as I said earlier on, I don't think you'll see too many risks taken at the moment. Both teams are sort of sizing each other up, having a feel for the ball and making sure they don't concede a sloppy goal early on and having a bit of an uphill battle. And I'm just saying, having the disco struck up in the background, I'm sure you can hear that, and that just encourages the crowd to add a little bit more to that atmosphere whilst the team just go through a little bit of a lull in the game.
Yeah, inject a bit of pace into the game. It's quite slow so far. Both teams sussing themselves out in these early stages. Galanakis for Italy, finding himself defending more than attacking. Here is Greece is poked into the middle. Slightly wayward. They do retain possession. Questions being asked there. It did look like a push. We saw plenty of set-piece routines from the Germans in the first game. You could see they'd worked on it. They did get the goal from it. Slightly more casual, though, from the Greek. They do get a shot away. First real chance of the game there from Vasias. Nothing too much to worry about.
No, but when you get games like this, the chances are few and far between, and when it comes to free kicks, they are so important, because that almost gives you a free shot, a free effort. And if you're looking for goals in this game, maybe that's where they'll come from, and that in terms of a free kick or a ball in and out of play, rather than open football as we've seen at the moment.
Yeah, in terms of open football, it's pretty steady going from the Greeks. Happy to be in possession. And comfortable with the ball at the back as well. That was something we were pretty curious to see, how well the centre-halves would control the ball and how well they could bring it forward. So far, it's been pretty tidy from the defenders. It's a big challenge at the back. It's sloppy play, though, in the Italian box. Greece still in possession. Greece, rather. Final ball does come in. There's nobody there in the middle. Pushed off. Not quite strong enough there. Left Karatis looking the most dangerous for Greece. He did bag himself 5 goals in last year's tournament.
We could do it in bagging one tonight, couldn't we?
Sustained possession now has been in Greece's favour the last 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Italy started well. No clear chances yet. Was that a high elbow? We've got the man on the moment to bring in there. We might get a replay. He's holding his face.
I don't think it was a high elbow. I think it was just an arm that's just blocked his path, and he's taking it for what it's worth. But I'm sure the player will continue. I don't think there'll be any disciplinary sanctions in this instance here. It was when 2 players touched him for the ball. The arm came across him just to stop his path, and as we see there, he goes over. Gets the free kick, of course, and as I said earlier in the commentary, free kicks are going to be priceless in this game.
Well, the Italian fans in the stadium would have been nervous when they saw it was Alessandro Galanica, the number 10, going down. They call him the Italian killer. Known for his goals. And they'll want him on the pitch. In this one, few fouls creeping into the game. A stop and start. It's not quite as flowing.
No, but again, that's the tactics of both teams. Both teams are cancelling each other out at the moment. They're adopting the same sort of tactic. Italy just settling back, and the Greeks just pushing forward all the time. But as soon as they get anywhere near that area, that penalty area, the Italians close them down, and it's a bit of a cat and mouse game at the moment.
It's a young Italian team. The mistake comes in there. That's unfortunate from Raphael. Italy looking to pounce on it there. It almost turned into a cross in the end. I'm not sure if he knew quite what he wanted to do. Number 17, Bruno. With Italy's first chance of the game, it wasn't close.
It was a good chance as well. He just looped it over the goalkeeper. You see, he just chipped it over the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's going low, thinking it was coming in as a near post shot. And quite a clever finish, but just going past that far post.
As I was saying, they've got a few young, lively players. Bruno, certainly lively. Showing there he can get up the pitch from that deep position.
This is the area here. As soon as they get near that penalty box, the Italians shut them down straight away and leaving the door slam shut in their face.
Chisos, a man who's been on the ball plenty so far in this game. Another man who's seen plenty of it. Vasias. For Greece. Bit of pressure coming in there from AG10, as they call him. I'm not sure I've ever come across a player with so many nicknames.
No, but any player wears the number 10 is always going to be a feisty player. You look on the history of the players wearing number 10. It's the premium number, especially on the continent.
It is indeed. We saw Alexis in the last game. He had plenty of energy. And he was the man they looked to. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that goal. And we are yet to have one here. It is 0-0. Coming up to 9 minutes gone in the game. As you say, Peter, 0-0. Both teams cancelling each other out a fair bit in these early stages. Boos coming in.
Yeah, I think boos are coming in, but from the purist side of things, this is, whilst it's not up and down football, whilst there's not too many chances around, from a purist point of view, you know, from a tactical aspect, I think it's actually quite good because both teams are playing to their strengths, and they're not exposing one another. And it'll take something special, or, dare I say, it'll take a mistake or a lack of concentration for that opening to be had.
I think those booms were aimed at Alessandro for what the Greeks deem as a dive earlier on. As a shot comes in, it's deflected away. Italy will look to counter-attack now, but it's good pressure. And they win it back. That's something they've done really well. They do get a shot away. It's Lefrakatis again. He's the man they looked to last year for the goals. He hasn't quite found his mark yet. If we get 2 balls on the pitch, that'll certainly liven things up. I'm not quite sure that's in the rule book, though.
The referee just got the ball for him. There you go.
Simple as that, and we are back underway. Quite glad we weren't gifted the bright pink kit the referees are sporting this evening. Not quite sure I could pull it off.
Unfortunately, I got one in my pack when I was in my hotel room, so...
It's a shame to not see you wearing it on the debut.
Yeah, well, you'd certainly see me in a crowd.
Lefrakatis finding his winger. They will get a corner. It's decent play on the wing. Fuskas for Greece. And this is where we want to see some invention. The Germans had it, no surprise. Plenty of set-piece routines. What can the Greek deliver? You can see what they were trying to do. The ball does find his man in the end. Not quite quick enough. Pressure continues, though. Slightly more direct now. Lefrakatis. Good movement. Slightly wayward in the end from Thomas. Goulas.
Just going back to that corner kick there from the Greeks. It's actually a good move. The midfield player moved forward and blocked off the defender, the Italian defender coming out to attack the ball, which left an open space. It was just a poor shot, poor finish, but very good move.
I mentioned it at the start of the game, the set pieces are vitally important, and if you were going to take a punt at this one, you'd say it could be settled on just that, a set piece.
I think it'll be settled on a mistake.
Alessandro sending the cross into the box, keeper happy to deal with it. Greek keeper sporting the number 44, not something you see every day. Georgios Kalamaradis.
I did referee a game once for the player came on with number 96 on his back. So
Did you ever find out the reason for that?
very large squad.
Well, they are large squads in this competition, 15 they have to choose from. It'll keep the players fresh. So it's not a case of lacking energy, it is a tactical clash from both of these sides, is the only way I could describe it. Here is Greece now making their way forward. It's nudged in. It is the number 13. Fuskas.
They're looking for a handball here, and I couldn't see it. It looked a good goal to me. Just the Italians just went to sleep a little bit there. They didn't have their normal back four shape. They allowed a player on the right wing there to get a challenge in. It's whether or not he handles this ball as it goes in it. That's really what the issue is about. The two referees are having a look now. Well, we see that at full speed, and that looked rather suspect, but it's a goal.
By hook or by crook, Fuskas shovels it into the goal. He scored 8 last year. He's got 1 so far. It's difficult to say they deserved it. It was pretty evenly matched. They've certainly had more possession.
Well, we said earlier on that it may well be a mistake or a lack of concentration, and as I said there earlier, I just think that the Italians just went to sleep for that 5 seconds, which enabled a bit of an overload on the right wing. The ball came across, and the goalkeeper was challenged. I think challenged fairly. It's whether or not it came off his arm, and the evidence we've seen here is not sufficient enough to overturn that goal.
Absolutely agree. Fuskas did his job, get the ball in the net and leave it to the referees to decide. And from the replays, you'd have to say they've made a good call. It is 1-0 to Greece. They're good value for it. You wouldn't put it beyond Italy getting back into this one.
No, we'll see what reaction now the Italians have now towards that goal as we come towards half time coming through, but we'll just see if they up the tempo and increase the ball possession inside the opposition's half.
Here is Lloris. It's a poor touch from him, giving Fuskas, the goal scorer, a chance to counter. He's flicked it on, he's brought down as well. It's put into the box, and somehow Alessandro, he's managed to steer it wide. He's done well not to put that in his own net.
Well, actually, he's almost off balance when the ball came across to him. He just picked out almost his wrong foot.
He'll say it was on purpose. We saw some huge goal-saving challenges in the first half. Unfortunately, that second one did lead to a penalty, as you mentioned, but the players aren't afraid to put their bodies on the line and in the way of shots. It is a Greek corner.
Same routine again. See the guy blocked off the number 10 for Italy coming through. As we saw, you see that again, you see the time tactics, something the referees need to be aware of.
Alexandros, slightly too much on the shot, but they're getting balls away, which is more than what you can say for Italy so far. They've actually found themselves in a position where they can let it fly. Yeah. Italy, bit part, nothing serious. We saw a cross come in, cross shot in the early stages of this one, but they've been limited to it. And credit to Greece, when they have lost the ball, they've been quick to win it back. Bit of pressure from Italy, and it's good football from this Greek side. Charging forward, trying to find Chisos on the left-hand side. A little bit too much.
We saw there the change of pace, the way that Italy tried to close the Greeks down before they came over that halfway line, which is subtly different from the first 10 minutes. But they know they've got to get that ball back.
Slight bit of frustration from the man AG10. Almost casually lofts it up top. De Vito gives it back to him. This looks dangerous. They've got a man over. It's Alessandro diving down. Vito with the ball now on the counter-attack. Does get a shot away. There's plenty of bodies in the way. This one slightly... Oh, it's coming to life a little bit, this one. Chisos calm at the back. It's a nice bit of footwork to get him out of trouble. Vito brings him down. Plenty involved in the game is the number 20 for Italy. Seemed as though they were looking to kill the game there.
Well, you expect that in tactics. Just go back to that last interception from the Italians there. He slid to stop the ball, I remember, in the centre circle, which people would say, well, is that sliding tackle? But in fact, it wasn't, because he was over a metre away from his opponent, which is allowed in the rules of soccer. So for that was a perfectly good challenge, provided you're a metre away from your opponent, which he was in that instance.
High praise as well for the ref so far. 2 games in. Spotless record. And Italy benefiting from that. Like you say, he won possession back fair and square. De Vito in the game, trying to make something happen for his side. It is 1-0, 3 minutes to go, just under that in fact. And going into half-time, Greece will be the happiest side. A little nudge into the advertising there. Wasn't too much of it, but Giuseppe showing perhaps a little bit of frustration.
Right in front of the match official there. No way was he going to get that as a foul.
It's getting a bit feisty.
Yeah, I think half-time will come just nicely here for the match officials because, as you say, again, just getting a little bit feisty. The tempo's picked up again. The Italians are showing far more interest now in coming forward, and we will see, I'm sure, a number of opportunities, chances as the second half commences.
You would have been involved in plenty of games where things started to boil over, perhaps a little bit too much for your liking. Is there anything they can do to kind of calm things down?
Yeah, you can just intervene and slow down and talk to players and make sure the players are aware that you're aware of what's going on, and don't play too much advantage. Don't allow that tempo to pick up so it becomes out of control. Manage the game at your pace.
The fans are enjoying it. The bit of grit involved in the game so far. Giotis is certainly a man up top for Greece who's loving getting physical with his defender as he goes to ground there. The ref's blown the whistle. It is a pull. It'd be interesting to see this one again. It did look like he went down a little bit easy, but it's in a good position for Greece.
It's in a great position for Greece here, and this is a really important free kick here. I'll be pleased to see the pictures coming back because, in fairness, in real play, I was following the ball. I didn't see it. It was off the ball instant. Players going to create space. The Greek players running forward, and apparently he's been pulled back. So good spot there from the match official, but gives Greece an ideal opportunity just as half-time approaches.
There was certainly contact on the Greek player, Stefanos Giotis. And it is laid off to Giotis. He couldn't quite do it. AG10 on the ball. He's the man you want. Nudges it into the centre circle. The covering defender gets there.
He's looking for a penalty kick here for a push off the ball. The match official this side indicates no offence happened, but they wanted a penalty kick. I didn't think it was a penalty kick first.
Alexandros doing well then. Good defending. He is shouting to the touchline. He backs it. If anything, it's a foul on the defender. Alexandros doing well to keep his feet and make the clearance.
Yeah, as you say, a good decision there for match officials.
And that brings us to half-time then. Very evenly matched, just as we predicted. 1-0 Greece. We'll come back just after the second half with a few more details on tomorrow's fixtures. But for now, we'll let you enjoy the replay at half-time, and we'll be back just before the second half.
Oh my God, this feeling's just begun. I'm saying things I've never said, doing things I've never done. Oh my God, when I see you I should run. But I'm frozen in motion and my head tells me to stop. Feeling, I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is turning, it's more than a crush. Cause I'm frozen in motion and my head tells me to stop. My heart goes but I'm frozen in motion and my head tells me to stop. Feeling, I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is turning, it's more than a crush. Cause I'm frozen in motion and my head tells me to stop. My heart goes.
So the players are back on the pitch then, ready for the second half. Peter, give me your quick thoughts on that first 20 minutes we just saw.
Yeah, the first 20 minutes, as we saw, both teams were trying each other out for the first 10 minutes or so. They didn't want to make a mistake, they didn't want to really go forward, they just wanted possession of the ball and see how it pans out. And then we saw a little bit of sloppiness from the Italians in their defensive lineup. They just seemed to take their eye off the ball and allowed an overload on the right wing for the Greeks, who crossed the ball. And was there a little bit of controversy with the goal? Well, there was a question mark over it, but we've cleared that up. It looks a good goal to us, and quite rightly so. The Italians didn't shape up too much. They had maybe one or even two chances in that first half. I do think, though, the second half they'll have to come out, up the tempo a little bit, take the game to the Greeks, which in fact may well fall into the Greeks' hands, because I think the Greeks will begin to pass the ball around them and create opportunities themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned there the big moment of controversy, the goal. From the replays, from what we can see, it looks a good goal. It looks as though, come off his knee, maybe the keeper got a touch to it. Regardless, the Greeks will be happy, 1-0 up. And it's a tight game, you can't imagine it opening up too much. As you mentioned, the referees have done a pretty good job of keeping a lid on this one. It's been difficult at times, a couple of feisty players on both sides, but we'll see how this second half goes. I think we're more or less ready to get things underway.
I expect the tempo to be lifted in the second half, and I expect the intervention from the refereeing crew to be more than it was in the first half.
Yeah, we saw it from Cyprus in the previous game. A bit of desperation slipped in because it is early in the group stage, but every point counts.
Nobody wants to lose that first game. We saw an uphill battle in the group stage for sure. You're heaping pressure on yourself in the second and third game. So if you get something out the first game, that's great.
Yeah, real confidence builder winning that first game. The Germans, perhaps not quite as emphatic as they'd hoped, but they got the job done, and that is what the Germans do.
Just straight into the opposition's half before the kick-off was taken, so the refereeing crew said, "Oh, you get back, take your time, take your time."
Slightly too keen to get going there, Chisos. Nice to see still full of running, though. As we mentioned in the first half, both these teams fell victim to last year's champions, Brazil. There are worse teams to lose to, I suppose. Many teams in plenty of World Cups have fallen victim to those men in yellow.
Yeah, they just seem to produce it at the right time, don't they?
They do indeed, just as the Germans did in the last game, and Italy will have to do in this one. And the star man just in the bottom right of your picture there, Alessandro. It's interesting to see, there was a lot talked about Alessandro before the game. They call him the bomber in Italy, known for his goals. I think they described it as a translation, a guy who scores a lot of goals every year. He's playing quite deep though. You don't see him up front as much as I'd expect.
No, I agree there. Maybe that's a tactical change because of his ball skills on the ball, but you really need a sniffer. You need somebody just to get those half chances rather than the full chances. He's the sort of guy, as his career in terms of the goals he's scored demonstrates. But you're quite right, Alexander, for a player who wears the number 10, he's quite deep at the moment.
Yep, you mentioned it. Bold statement, putting the number 10 on your back, especially in this competition. And they'll look for him to link up with De Vito, who's been pretty lively for Italy. They've linked up plenty of times in the past. It's a familiar route to goal for Italy. 10 into 20 and into the back of the net. Chipped up by the man in question. Slightly sloppy from Simeone.
Yeah, the coach down there, he disagreed with it, but we can clearly see that the Greek player got in front of the Italian too close to him. Doesn't take a great deal to put him out overboard, and a free kick duly given. But the Greek coach there the Italian coach not happy.
Yeah, Simone Bonfieni, you can see by his frame, physical player. Likes to get hands on, that's going to be a painful one. We've all been there, Lefrakatis taking the ball smack bang to the chops.
Yeah, indeed it is, and it's good that the officials again stop the game immediately as anything to around the head in that area. It's so crucial for player safety. Quite rightly there, given the opportunity and time just to regain his composure. Is he okay? It looks okay to me, but you know, who am I from up here? But the player himself looks fine.
Well, it's a warm evening here in Essen. I'm sure it would sting a little bit more had the temperatures dropped. But it's pleasant, plenty of t-shirts in the crowd, plenty of energy still. A great location for a stadium such as this, right in the heart of the city, as we mentioned.
It's a great location when your hotel room's about 15 yards from it. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. On the final whistle, straight to bed, ready for a big game. Big set of games, should I say, tomorrow.
Yeah, England tomorrow.
Chock-a-block from 9 a.m. tomorrow. Plenty of options to join us. Here is Greece, though, finding their flow. First chance on the ball in this second half. Decent footwork there.
I think the Italians need to be a little bit more, demonstrative. They need to be a little bit more creative in the game at the moment. This is playing right into the Greeks' hands here. They're allowing the ball to come onto them. They're beginning to pick them off on the counter-attack. So I think the Italians need to not throw caution to the wind, but be a little bit more adventurous.
Yep, 4 minutes into the second half. I think you're right, it's not quite panic stations there. Tuchas puts the pressure. Oh, he's got a bit physical there. Questions being asked. Tuchas.
Yeah, he's just dislocated a little bit of the finger there.
He is penalised, yeah. It looked at slight injury.
Yeah,
it looks like a painful one, actually.
Yeah, the finger. Someone will pull that out for him.
The tough man. Antoniazzi going off with a, as you say, dislocated finger. Big squads coming in handy. 15 on each side, more or less. Italy bringing it forward. And this is what they need to do, get some strikes on goal. They struggle to do it. De Sanza getting the first chance for Italy. It's going to fall to him again on the edge of the box. He goes down. The refs have let it run. And in the end, it is the number 9, De Sanza, who brings down his man and concedes the free kick, relieving the pressure.
That's just what Italy don't want to happen. They don't want to have their head rule their hearts and see a little bit of red mist, because they get that play straight in the Greeks' hands, gives them a free kick, they slow the game down, it gives them possession again, a little bit of discipline and a little bit more of the ball the Italians require.
Yeah, we spoke to the Italian coaches in the build-up to this tournament, and the passion is clearly there for the badge, and the players certainly have it. Here is Greece, though. There is a man down in the box, waved away. It was Dumas who went down. Nothing comes of it, and he does his duties defensively, tracking back. He's still asking the question. The referees are having none of it, and play goes on. Italy with the ball in the Greek half. Alessandro searches for a free kick. Things bubbling over. We said it in the first half. Referees calm things down and we're back underway. Nothing too sinister there. Passion from both sides. We mentioned the young team from Italy. Now that looks a foul. Alessandro, it's almost a lazy tackle. Clips his man, he's got a smile on his face. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. We've got the man who you want to ask.
Oh, sure, like it's a clear foul. What's happened there is the Greek has turned him almost, and he's caught his foot as he goes through. And it's a clear foul. The referee this side has a great view of it and awards a foul. Look, the Italians are remonstrating because I think they're upset with themselves rather than the actual decision itself. This is a really important decision, by the way, as well. You can all see it's just outside the area. The Greek are lining up now to have a shot, or will they have a shot? We'll see, but it's a great opportunity here for Greece.
Chisos, who is over it. He had to fend a few of his teammates off the ball. Oh, it's a beautiful finesse shot from Chisos into the bottom corner, doubling Greece's lead. We said set pieces would be key. They've bagged a goal there. and rightfully awarded foul
Well,
for a free kick.
You've got to compliment the free kick itself. I mean, I thought it was going to lash his ball, but no, he places it perfectly there to the left of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, I don't know, did the goalkeeper move the wrong way to begin with? Oh no, he turned his back. What's the keeper doing? Turning his back on the ball like that?
The referee's got things back underway. Alessandro's injured. Winded?
Yeah.
It looks like it. Yeah. Just going back to the goal there. The keeper turns his back on it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. I thought the guy was going to smash it into the wall, but no, he took his time and he just places the ball into the left-hand side of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper is covering that side of the area, but instead of facing the ball, as the ball comes to him, for some reason, I don't know, I'm not a goalkeeper, he's turned his back and allowed the ball to drift past him. And I've got to say that's a mistake from the Italian.
Yes, Luca Antoniazzi in goal, wearing the number 1 for Italy. And he won't want to watch that one back later. But you can, of course, on the YouTube, Soccer Federation. Rewind. Bring yourself back to live play. We're here all week. And as I mentioned, 9 a.m. start tomorrow. Chock-a-block all day, plenty of action. And if it's anything like the first 2 games, we're all in for a treat. Alessandro for Italy. Oh, you knew he was going to shape up the shoot. He managed to squeeze it through a few players. It's almost surprising to see it get as far as it did. There's a few incidents off the ball here, Peter. Fuskas up to his old tricks.
Yeah, of course they are. And that's again the remit of the referees here. They'll have their eye on it, of course. But as the game progresses and the Italians find themselves 2 down, there'll be a lot of frustration.
Oh, it's a great through ball. And a good save, equally matched. Greece with another big chance. Askamatis, the man who takes the shot. Italy instantly bringing it back up the other end. They'll have a lash at it. Nothing comes of it. The game certainly opening up now. Giuseppe with that last chance. Pressure really coming in. He's a lively player. And a wayward shot.
You know, that was great defending there. He used his elbow there, he used his shoulder there, and a shoulder barge is a fair challenge. And he knew he was in trouble. He knew he'd made a mistake in trying to control the ball in a really iffy area. It was stolen from him. He did really well to get back.
Yeah, they've got a few players as well. Asamakis and Fuskas making their way onto the bench. They've clearly targeted Alessandro, the man wearing the number 10 for Italy, trying to wind him up. And it's working so far. Here he is on the ball now. Nice footwork from the professional futsal player. Decent layoff, and the final ball wasn't quite right. More frustration. DeSanza, you can see it on his face. If that ball found him, he backs himself to put it into the back of the net. It remains 2-0. 31 minutes on the clock. Game plan going well for Greece.
Yeah, you've got to say the game plan for Greece is working perfectly here.
Italy win back possession though, and another wayward pass. It's getting sloppy.
It's getting sloppy. They're getting a bit desperate here. They get a bit, upset with one another. A few names are going on out there, and Greece will just slow the game down now and take all the tempo out of it. It's down for the Italians now to take the game to the Greek, but I can see this now petering out almost. And again, from an official's point of view, it's an important area because there'll be frustration, and with frustrations comes some temperament. So make sure we keep a lid on it.
Indeed, the 2019 hosts certainly getting the better of this one so far. Feels like we're in Crete. Lovely temperature for this time of evening as Italy almost pounce upon a loose ball. It is cleared up eventually though, and they're keeping their heads nicely under pressure. De Vito looking to disrupt the back line, but it's calm from Greece. They're getting the luck. The rub of the green, should I say, as well. The ball falling straight back to them. Rolling off the shots now. Starting to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I think a little bit of pressure's off Greece now. They're beginning to show a little bit of flair on the ball. They're comfortable with the ball. They're confident with the ball. And they've got oceans of space, even though the field is a small field in terms of footballing terms. They've got oceans of space and time as well, and the Italians are a little bit disjointed. I thought in the first half they were quite compact, quite comfortable running the Italians. The second half they're just a bit ragged, just a bit disjointed, and the Greek are taking every advantage they can from that.
It's Thomas Goulas over on the far side with the ball at his feet, in no rush at all to take this throw in. Finds his man, unleashes a shot, and normally Alexandros keeps a cool head. That I'm sure we've seen our fair share of that. Centre halves in the opposition box, they see their name in lights, and it was pretty wild. Not quite coming together for Alessandro tonight.
No, you've mentioned Alessandro there, but again, you know, it's just two players coming together. That wasn't a foul. You mentioned Alessandro again. We're reaching the last 5 minutes of this contest, and he's still almost playing the back four. I just don't understand that tactic.
Yeah, when you have so much hype pre-tournament, I know his teammates appreciate him massively. As I mentioned, professional futsal player. Usually they're so quick with their feet. They know decision making is like this, and he just seems a little bit slow to make that ball, make that final pass tonight.
I think you're right in terms of the Greek and how they've played him. They haven't allowed him that time in the ball. He wants more time in the ball. He's been pressurised, he's being closed down, he's getting frustrated with himself and also his players around him. And yeah, you can see the red mist will come up with him soon.
Here is the Greek counter-attack, a scary sight for all the Italian defenders. They managed to do enough to get it clear this time. But when you see the white shirts charging forward, you do worry for the Italian boys. Familiar sight again, building up from the back. What can they do? Who has the key? The answer so far is nobody. It remains 2-0 to Greece, and you'd fancy them to get another here. It's a decent ball, safe hands from the keeper. Luca making up a little bit for his error perhaps for the goal. It's good footwork from the ball, not quite there.
No, lovely skills on the ball. Close control, took the player on, took the ball around the player as if the player was just a telegraph pole. He's just very, very good.
Mario Selikau, great player to bring on for the last 5 minutes of the game. Plenty of energy. And now it's Italy. The man with the bib is on the pitch, which means they don't have a goalkeeper. They don't have much of a choice. They've got to try it. The goal kick comes in. It's going all the way. It's crept under the bar. The man wearing the number 44. We wondered why. He might whittle that down to number 1 after that. Beautiful strike. Perfectly measured. It's 3-0 to Greece. And Georgios, the goalkeeper, didn't see that coming.
Well, I didn't see that coming either. I mean, we know there's flying goalkeepers allowed in this competition, and that's just what we had there. And the goalkeepers were in between going from the field and coming onto the field, and the Greek goalkeeper took every advantage of it and just beautied up a treat and just dipped under that bar. Gotta say, his goal scoring celebration is the best I've seen so far.
Giorgio Kalamaradis. When he went to bed last night, I'm not sure he quite dreamt of scoring a goal such as that. That's one for the show reel.
Yeah.
We might find him up top. You never know. But he's done a solid job. I'm sure he'll be more happy with a clean sheet so far. And with the last few minutes approaching now, he'll do his best to maintain that clean sheet, but have Italy really challenged him enough in terms of goalkeeping?
So when you mentioned a clean sheet, I was just thinking there of the chances that Italy had created, and you can count them on one hand, to be honest with you, and that's not the Italians we actually thought at the start of the game. We knew the game was going to be close and edgy, but I didn't expect them to be nullified by the tactics of the Greece so evidently. Here we go.
And here is Greece once again. He's been fantastic all night. The man wearing number 5, Alexandros, puts the ball in. Couldn't have done much more. In the end, it comes to nothing. But we've said it before, when the white shirts come charging, you worry for the Italians. And with 2 minutes left, you'd fancy them to see it out. We mentioned you don't want to lose the first game. You'd assume that the Italians might lose this one, but even a goal can do a lot for the confidence. You want to get on the score sheet early on.
Of course you do. You want to take something from the game. You want something to sit in that dressing room after the game, that locker room after the game, and discuss the positives of the game. And at the moment, you know, it's not going to be a long conversation with the Italians because I can't see a great deal of positive coming out of this performance at the moment. But you're quite right. A goal will change all sorts of things.
Here is a nice ball out to the wing from Tuchas. Wayward touch, gives it back to Alessandro, but covering again is Alexandros, who has been exceptional tonight at both ends of the pitch. He's delivered some crucial balls in the Italy half and cut out plenty of play for his side. 3-0 it remains, just over a minute to go. And again, it's too high from Italy. Nothing comes of that. Bruno's ball, not quite good enough. Plenty of positive for the Greek side going forward then. If you're Italy, how do you move forward?
Well, you put your star man where he can score goals, for one thing. Rather than him being the creator, he wants to be the guy who takes it.
Can they rub salt into the wounds? The answer's no.
So that's the one thing there. And also, I think they've had a feel for the first game now. I expect them to start the second game at a much greater tempo, taking the game to the opponents rather than just sitting back and playing the waiting game, because that hasn't paid off this evening. And Greek, I think, are worthy winners of this particular encounter.
Absolutely, and in the first half there were plenty of positives for Italy. The teams thought that was the final whistle. It isn't the final whistle. Little bit of confusion. Now the music's playing. The Greek fans will be happy. We mentioned they almost outnumber the Germans, not quite. But I can see 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 Greek flags in the crowd. They'll be happy.
Well, they'll be more than happy, and winning the first game, keeping a clean sheet, scoring 3 goals and playing very, very well.
Again, a shot comes in from Greece. They've done well. Stefanos is the man who took the shot. De Vito, what can he do? Coming on with the bib. Alessandro with the ball out wide. They've crept it in. The consolation is there. Marios sneaks it in the near post. They did all they could. They took the keeper off and they get their goal, and we mentioned how much confidence that builds for Italy. You don't want to finish your first game without a goal, and they won't.
They won't do it. That'll give them a lot of encouragement going forward now. They can sit in there and say, okay, what did we do wrong, but what did we do right? And as I said earlier in the commentary, you know, they'll be discussed that. That'll give them some confidence.
Giotis dummies the run, and just as you say that, the Greeks make it 4. Nikos sneaks it in the near post. Keeper no chance. It is going to finish 4-1, and just as we spoke about the Italians building confidence, he drops the shoulder. The keeper's got nothing, and it's 4-1.
How often do you see that? How often do you see goals scored, the team who scored a goal just relax because they're celebrating, and bang, it's in the back of your net.
And the final whistle blows. In the words of Peter Walton, there you go. 4-1 it finishes. Plenty of positives for the Greeks. The fans have arrived in their numbers. It's a tough one to take for the Italians. They did manage to get a consolation that was immediately cancelled out. They'll have to be better in their next game. As I said, it finishes 4-1. Do you want to give me a quick summary? It's not all doom and gloom for the Italians, but it is plenty positive for the Greeks.
Indeed it is. Plenty positive for the Greeks. They're taking the adulation of their travelling supporters, going over to the far side now. I think that's every player who dreams of this moment, going over to their own fans with their national flags waving high. The number 44 wearing the number 44, the goalkeeper, they're taking the adulations, but the whole team deserves credit here. The Italians have already departed. They've gone in there for their post-mortem. you're quite right what you said in earlier commentary. You know, are they sad? Of course they'll be sad. Is there some positive? A little bit. But I expect the Italians to have a real sharp look at themselves, look at their tactics, and come out the second game fighting, because they will need to get something from that second game if they're going to progress in this year's World Cup.
Absolutely, and I can't end the broadcast without asking you, how do you feel the referees did? 2 games down, you'd have to say 2 very good performances on the cards.
You've got to say that if you asked me at the start of the tournament would I take it, I'd take what I've just seen in the last 2 games. You know, excellent decision making, needing to intervene when they need to intervene. The players are celebrating, nobody's questioning the referees, and that's exactly how the tournament continues.
Well, the Germans will sleep well, the Greeks will sleep well, and of course the referees will sleep well. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Plenty of action all the way through from 9 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hellas! Hellas! Happy birthday to the protector.